If this will work with gamepad. Another day, another dinner. Really? I know I'll make a simple salad. I've got all the ingredients right here on the floor. I don't know if that's how you do it. Oh. You're gonna be ground food with a little preparation. It's gonna be a gourmet dish. Let's cut this up with the cutting board. Recipe. This isn't working. There we go. Oh, it's emotion. It's like Mario Party. Okay. Now it's stove time. Best salads are made in stoves, don't you know? Stove. Okay. With different appliances, you can make different things. Simple salad. Lettuce and carrots, not really a salad. Just scooting my way home. How do you smell a salad? Ah, kitty cat! Don't jump on me. And dig your claws into me and climb me, you little shit. Now let's use some pavement with the hog and get there in no time. This is pretty cool, actually. You brought it. Hot Pop will love this. It's like Animal Crossing. This is actually really charming. Entrepreneur must be right. The writing's good too. Is this it? Nope. Is this it? Nope. How do I... There's no marker. can't go in there. Is this it? There's no indicator for where my home is. Am I in trouble? This is getting spoopy. I hear concerning music. I don't see any indicator where my home is. I don't remember this being the end of the road either. Bocce. What is bocce ball? Ah, here we go. I believe. There we go. That's really hard to find. Maybe they can improve that. My head hurts. Gotta collect ingredients. This is really charming. Benjamin. Aww. I love this. Oh yeah, you hold them in your cheek pouches. That's adorable. That sounds fun, Samantha. I hope you're enjoying that. You don't really. You give your money to resellers, mostly, on eBay and Amazon, who I guess must all know your name and have your photo. Because you're their main cash cow. Selling you fucking Arduinos and GameCubes and R4 flashcards and shit. Why do we live in a walled community? What is this place? Uh-oh. Well, I'm stuck now. How many carrots do I have? Jeez, my cheek pouches are really full. I made the mistake of going on Quora today. You know what Quora is? Quora. Where people ask questions and the community tries to answer it and they vote on the best answer. It's like 90% troll questions having to do with religion and politics. And the religion question is like, hey, atheists, how come you're stupid? How do you respond to that question? How come you're dumb and ugly? If you're so right, then how come you're wrong, huh? How about that? And all the politics questions are like, how do libtards explain that they're so stupid and ugly and foul? And there are people who still, out of the goodness of their hearts, I guess, choose to answer questions that are mostly in good faith, in an informative way. What's your problem? What are you doing here? This area is off limits. Who are you to me, bear, that you can block my path? I don't know what I expected. It's the fucking internet. But a lot of them are really just... It's funny, you can tell who asked the question by the phrasing of it. And oftentimes they'll ask questions that make it really obvious they're like a creationist, and that they'll say, I'm not a creationist. Like, how do atheists explain, if the world wasn't created, that the Bible says it's created? Also, I'm not a creationist. It's like, yeah, you are. Or sometimes they're Muslims. There's a lot of Muslims on there. They're like, how do atheists explain that the Quran is the final revelation of the Prophet Muhammad? It's like, it's always a rigged question. You now have seen 90% of modern Quora. It's just some smug troll asking rigged questions. Which probably wouldn't bother me if I wasn't autistic and didn't care about accuracy and truth. I need lettuce. Where do I get fucking lettuce? I haven't seen one head of lettuce. How does their economy work? I'm the only one in this town with a job. What do the other animals do? Fuck. It's so slow off-road. Is this like the Smurf village? Are we a autonomous anarcho-communist commune? Oh shit, that's a really good deal. Fuck you. I would love a PS4 for that price. PS4 still has a lot of great games worth playing. I'm jelly. I would honestly say a PS5 isn't worth it yet. There's not enough games that are only on PS5. Unless you want better VR, in which case that's like the one selling point. Given the trouble I've had getting VR to run perfectly on my PC, I've been tempted at times to sell everything and just get a PS5 for good VR, but I couldn't do as much with it. I couldn't download custom content. I couldn't... I might be able to stream it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know how that works. I'm starting to understand console people better as I age. It's like making more and more sense to me that someone might just get to an age where they don't have time or inclination to fucking figure shit out like that. Like, a lot of people shit on Steam Deck, and I first was like, you're just lazy. But then I read their complaints and I was like, yeah, alright, that was pretty burdensome. Like, figuring out how to install a Linux program so I could clear out the shader cache was hard. Setting up the emulators on Steam Deck is hard. It's harder than it should be. That takes time. If you work a 9 to 5 and you have a family, you don't have any time to set stuff up. You only have time to play. If you had a Steam Deck, you'd spend all your time configuring shit and you wouldn't play anything. So consoles are starting to have a more comprehensible value proposition to me, just as a platform where someone else figures out all the shit for you, and in exchange you pay inflated prices on games, and you lose all your games potentially when the next generation comes around. It's closer to games as a service than PC is. That's not to say I'm getting rid of my Steam Deck. Do you not have a VPN? What are you doing? A VPN's like an internet condom. You're raw dogging the internet every time you connect to it, bro. Why would you do that? You don't got any flies I could eat? Look, bro, you gotta let me through here. It's for your own good. Beat it. Beat it. Yo. Let me through there, you dickhead. I need lettuce. How am I supposed to beat this game without lettuce? Here's another potato. I think that's the same place as yesterday. I think maybe the foods respawn. Asshole. Fruit VPN is cheap. It's $5 a month, I believe. Or $3 a month if you buy a whole year. FROOT. I think that's the cheapest one I've seen. I remember back in the good old days, there used to be free VPNs. There used to be free redirect services. Oh, I don't trust anything online anymore. Ever since I read that Microsoft is now able to remotely scan the inside of zip files, I gotta, I guess, put my ROMs on a CD or something. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Maybe start paying for shit. I do pay for a lot of shit. What is this? Oh, here's cabbage, finally. God damn. I got a cat in my lap. Are you jealous? Any of all you folks jealous out there that I have a beautiful black cat in my lap? Yeah, she's sleeping. She's snoozing. Snoozing up a storm. Snoozing Susan. They could have named her. Couldn't they scan the micro SD though? I feel like nothing's safe anymore. Isn't this cute? Look at this. Where is he? How fast is micro SD though? Is it one of like A5 ones? Because those cost more. I looked at that for my Switch, but then I mean my Steam Deck. Everyone told me it's not necessary though, because the game gets loaded in RAM anyway. I suppose it's close enough to what I ordered. Even close enough. What happens if I just stay up all night in this game? Do I want to know? I'm kind of scared to find out. I like how it leans into the curves. Fries to Hopper. Simple salad Benjamin. Do I not still have the order from yesterday? Simple salad to Benjamin. I already did that. Did I not do that? I can't make... I need the deep fryer. I need lettuce for that. This is fun. Makes me want to be a chef. I could have been a lot of things if I put my mind to it. We can make it, to be honest. Amazing, thank you. This is charming. Simple salad to Benjamin. Simple salad, really. I thought I already gave you that, Benjamin. I want a rabbit now named Benjamin. Supposedly. I didn't finish Breath of the Wild. I might try Tears of the Kingdom. I liked what I played of Breath of the Wild. I got pretty... I don't know how far I got, actually. I got to the robot camel. I didn't manage to finish that. It seems like Tears of the Kingdom is what they wanted to make Breath of the Wild into, but they didn't have time. Am I far off? People liked it anyway, it's fine. There's never enough lettuce. I liked it. It was a good proof of concept for open world Zelda. And why sell people the full product when you can sell it to them in bits and pieces? How much salad does this rabbit need? Can you get fat eating salad? I guess we're going to find out. Who paved the roads, by the way? Who built their houses? I don't see any, like, construction animal. I'm the only one with a hat. Quality's falling off a bit. I suppose it will do. Excuse me, Benjamin. Asshole. Carrot stew. Oh, I bet I get to go outside the village now. That one guy let me leave. You spelled your wrong. That's the possessive your. You wanted the contraction your, which is you apostrophe R-E. You are. It's a picture of his grandpa, too. Do frogs live long enough to have grandfathers? I never find onions. Go leave the village, and there's going to be a hole in the wall by my house. Onions. Do we have to go at night? That seems unwise. I guess at night is when the guy's gone. Can't that one asshole. East it's dark. Change static sound. Other hidey holes. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. That's one of the flags that you're going to get chased by something. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, it's just the corruption. I gotta not step on sticks. Stepping on sticks will summon it to me. Did anyone guess this would be a spooper game? I didn't. He's hitting slow. Go away. Is that a spoofer man? Does it count? He's not humanoid. He's giving me a headache. So I asked ChatGPT what's medically wrong with me. It gave me a lot of answers I know for a fact are wrong. Because they were all like genetic and hereditary stuff or whatnot. And my cat has the same symptoms. So I know it's an environmental issue. It's an environmental contaminant. Uh-oh. I only have 3 onions. Oh, it got me. Fuck, that's hard. You think he would leave after... After seeing a monster and being killed by it, you think he'd be like, you know what, I don't need more than 3 onions. I got enough onions. Go away, go away, fuck off! Go, leave me alone. I need to leave this hole. Here we go. I'm gonna get 5. I didn't know there were more than 4 this whole time. Where the fuck is the hole? Where's the hole? Not that hole, this hole. Never knew something like that was behind the wall. My heart's beating so hard. Benjamin's order can wait till tomorrow. Where's my scooter? Bro, where's my scooter? Ooh, look at that draw distance. Ooh, it really is authentic N64. Oh, the computer stuff got here. Short Talk sent me a power supply, a CPU, a cooler. I think everything I need except for a motherboard. It is my hole. It was made for me. So Google was more instructive. Google said I probably have mold inhalation issues, which matches all my symptoms and explains why the cat has it too. I want better for my cat. The problem is that in order to clean the room, I need to clear everything out of it. In order to clear everything out of it, I need room outside of the room to clear everything into, and everything's clutter. Everything outside of my room is just clutter from the floor to the ceiling. It's like fucking Chris Chan's house. I don't have permission to clean any of that up because I want to just throw it away, and they'll be like, no, that's important to me. You can't throw that away. It has sentimental value. That was worth money. I should just go live with a buddy. I have a buddy who wants me to live with him. But it's in Tennessee is the problem. Who wants to stir fry? Mushrooms, huh? So Frog Fellow. My Pop. I've never seen him so mad. Near the water. Oh, the old man is gone. I think we need to wait till night. Hold it back. Oh, this is it's like the village protector. I guess I have to wait for the sun to go down. For him to leave. Oh, he does just fucking vanish. Alright. I won't question it. What if Hop Hop is the monster? That better not be the case. Oh, also, I uploaded a bunch of my work to Webnovel, which is a Chinese site for monetization of writing. Which, I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But I hope it works out this time. And that's that. People seem to get paid on there. I don't understand how monetization works. You have to spend coins to read stories. I understand you buy the coins. I don't understand how you lock stories off so people have to pay coins to read them. I think what happens is that you submit stories that are long enough for contracts, and then you sign a contract with Webnovel, and then they republish it on their site, and then you start to get paid. So I've submitted a bunch of works. Fingers crossed. I could have submitted to BabelCube years ago if I'd thought of it. I did FiberRead, and FiberRead turned out to be a scam. So I never saw any money from FiberRead. BabelCube apparently does pay people. I should have done that in 2018, basically, and I didn't do it. I could still do it now, but word has it they're going downhill. They don't maintain their website. I love this snoozing cat. She's so perfect and sweet. I memorize the location. My eyes and neck and teeth hurt. It's not near the water. He's not near the water. Where is he? Did I just leave? Can I? Will it let me? Can't leave. I still have to find my. Oh, I gotta hunt mushrooms. How do I tell him I didn't find his dad? This is such a warm cat. It's so lovely when they relax and you can feel their body go limp. They just snooze and their chest rises and falls with their breath. Cats are a blessing. Aha! Wait, that's the dead body. That is the dead body of a frog grandpa. Can I pick up the body and make food out of it? Oh, he's dead. He's got excess in his eyes. That's official. For cartoon language. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Teeth. There's Hot Pop. How about can't die? You don't know him like I do. You can't die. He didn't die. He'll be back. He always comes back. So wait, you'll see. Oh, he's in Delusion Land. Oh, Hopper's gonna go back there to find him, isn't he? That's what happens next, I bet. Is this the right way? At least look at the mushrooms. Nope. I want to get on this game's case for jank, but honestly, I've done 50 things that should have killed me so far. Little cat. I think stir fry is diced onion and diced potato. Man, veggies kind of suck. For the most part. There's some good ones. Cauliflower is good. Broccoli is good. Potatoes are tubers, though. They're roots. I don't think they're veggies, are they? I don't know if Hopper wants to stir fry anymore. He just learned that his father is dead. Where's my fucking scooter? Should probably wait until tomorrow. Or maybe tonight is he needs some comfort food? I don't know. I guess I'm just walking there. I can't find my ride. What is that? I can't give it to him tonight. I have to do it tomorrow night. It's going to be spoiled by then? Probably. I love the walk cycle. It's so fucking jolly. Oh, there's my fucking scooter. God damn it. Can I just sleep with a stir fry in my pocket? Will that work? It will. Mushrooms are a popular day. Carrot room shroom stew. Carrot shroom stew. Oh, onion. Wow, a lot of things need onion too. This guy really goes to amazing lengths. Fucking evading monsters. Where'd my stir fry go? I'm gonna go to Benjamin first, I think. Ooh, I think he's actually back this way. He's behind the fence. It's a fake out. The radar system needs work. It could stand to be a map system instead. I like the clouds coming from the rear wheel of Zucchino. Itchy tasty. Itchy tasty. I'm hearing static sounds all through the night. That's what you consider music these days? He has a point. Outside of the walls of the village, there lurks a corruption monster. Hope this is what he wanted. What is this from you? Oh, okay, I believe you. I'll eat this. They're starting to act zombie-like. Remember how that worked in Resident Evil 1? Turning into a zombie wasn't like an abrupt process. You like gradually zombified, and your speech and your thought patterns zombified to it. If you go by the diary, I don't know if that's scary or not. See Benjamin. Give me the food. I like the food. I want food now. Come to my house. No need food. It's my treat. You're gonna fucking eat me, aren't you? Benjamin, please. What if I just don't do it? What if I refuse? Stay alert. Oh, no, he's a monster. No! Oh. Was this supposed to be quicker than that? Okay, I need to fucking scram. Unless I just go the other way. I guess that's what I'm supposed to do, is I'm supposed to get him chasing me and then I'm supposed to go across the bridge. Technically, I haven't made anything with meat yet. I guess that's because I live in a world with talking animals. So there can't be any such thing as ethical meat consumption. Oh fuck, they're all crazy. There's the grandpa too. That's the last fuck you to catch you out if you're unaware. Oh, it's missing number. The forbidden Pokemon. Oh no, little spooky. Probably to 9-year-olds that'd be terrifying. This is gonna do great with streamers. Look for that on like Vinesauce and Joel pretty soon. Now to set up Paper Beast. That ought to do it. At least I think so. I'm not going to bother with the microphone because it should work anyway. That is really unpleasant sound. The background there. Sandbox. Okay, this must have been where we were. Tell me you got video and audio. It's nice to be back inside here. I missed it. What do you want? What are you mad about? Is this my buddy for this level? Why am I so short in this game? Is this Ben Shapiro simulator? I made that joke last time. Fuck. Where do I go down here? You fools, you can't climb the ice. Assuming that's what this even is. No confirmation of video and audio yet. I'm going to assume it's muted. It looks like I do have video and audio. Nobody told me. Okay. This is the Earth's anus, from which its butt nuggets arise. I have to help them get up, I think. Can I just drag your ass to the top with me? Oh, it doesn't let me do that. It's because it's a fucking puzzle. That would be convenient, wouldn't it? You make it up there? You can do it? They don't slide down, but they don't get any traction either. Butt nuggets. Nuggets from the butt. Everybody's gonna make it. I'll see to it. Nobody gets left. Not one of you gets left behind. Could you use the path I've actually made you? It lets them get traction. Fuck. Come on, you idiot. Come on, you dumb shit. Can they pathfind it all? Oh, they're so close. You can kind of drag them around a little bit. There you go. The rapture. It was real. That was the entire point of this level? Really? Wow. Take me with you! I'm gonna go over to that cracked stone thing. What's happening? I hear sound. What'd I do? What'd I do? Why 4? Is that out of bounds? Is that my fault? Did I fuck up? What happened? I guess you're supposed to do this. I guess this is the next level. Like, you're supposed to be able to see levels from each other. A ringing in my ear. Ow, that's really painful, actually. What do you want? It's pretty, I'll give you that. What's your deal? Stay with your mother. Can't go through there. Snow's a new one on me. Are you gonna slide down there? They migrate. They migrate. I can't make it over. Fuck you, crab. Go away, schnibbity schnab. Snippin' snappin'. I read a thread the other day that had a meme with a bunch of pictures of memes from like 2000, 2001. Or when was 4chan started? I want to say 2001 or something. I realized I've been on the godforsaken hell site for like fucking 20 years. I have certain regrets, needless to say. Okay, so they go this over here. They're very slow. Well, this one is not going to make it. This one fell down. they steal their children, though. That's probably not a nice thing to do. I see how that works. Yeah, you need to, This tells me where they want to go. Oh, my head hurts so badly. I've had so many headaches lately. Headaches, bad memory, brain fog, lethargy, postnasal drip, coughing. Oh, you made it. Alright, so that's where they want to go. The horse lads can't make it past the wind. Let's be a bastard. What happens if I do this? Oh, they'll slide down to get their kids. That one won't. That one doesn't care. That one doesn't care either. We'll take you. Put you over here. I feed you to the tree? I feel bad. They're never going to be reunited with their parents. I'm committing terrible crimes here. I'm not that mean. I'm pretty mean though, apparently. Ow, 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 ouch, 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 owie, 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 owie. Oh no, I went over the edge. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to do that. There's probably more where that came from. There's not. There's not more where that came from. Yes, there are. It's over here. He just gave up on his offspring. Oh, you can lure them. That's really mean. I feel bad. I feel like a bastard. That seems extremely evil as a puzzle. If this is really the solution, I don't know if I want to solve it. I fling him over the edge. I fucking might have murdered him. There he goes. Am I the bastard? You monster. I am the monster. Man, ow, my eyes. My fucking eyes hurt. Ow, my head. I didn't want to skip another stream though. I already skipped one a while back. And you can't skip too many streams or people stop showing up. What I'm looking for is apparently rope. I don't see any rope. Oh, is this it? This is it. Oh, here it is. There we go. That's not what I meant to do. He was warping around. Are you going? There we go. There we go. We got them all crawling. That's all but one. That worked. Nothing like VR with a cat in your lap. I have a wicked headache. Just from sitting indoors all day looking at the screen. This is the weight, I guess. Let me take a break. Ooh. Ooh, my eyes. My poor fucking vision orbs. My tender vision orbs are just being fried by these pixels, these various colored illuminated pixels. Index doesn't even have very bright displays. I need headache medication, but I don't want to get up because I've got a cat on my lap. He should come through the other side pretty soon. Here he comes. Oh, he's stuck. Oh no, I fucked up. He's stuck on level geometry. There you go. What are you looking at me for? What? I did what had to be done. You going along for the ride? Loser, get in. We're going to Mexico. Oh, the number clouds. That is so something you would see on acid. You get over there, sir. There we go. Now there's a what is that? One of those. Oh, well. I guess you're along for the ride, buddy. My noble steed. Shall dub thee Jigglebones. What do you need now? That's the only source of heat. I bet you wish you had this. So I gotta get them over here, looks like. Look at that snow deformation in real time. It's just a texture effect. It's really impressive. Do I get nothing for that? Oh, I need to rope... oh, I see. I need to rope these guys to those guys, and then I need to use this to lure them over. I pick up what you're laying down. Here we go. You're all coming with me. Is that everybody? That's everybody. Oh no, you can't. There's too much drag. One at a time. You want it. Come on. This way. I love the way they look when they're dragging the air. In the wind. No! What happened? Where am I now? It reeks in here. I guess that was enough? Onward, Jiggle Bones, to victory and glory. And greater things. Well, no one can say it's not beautiful. It's a stunning game. I need to lay down. I need to not lay down. Laying down is just deteriorating my body more. Ow. Is this a fucking chariot? That seems to be working. What's over here? There's another one. Hold on, my face itches. Ah. What if I, It's not what I meant to do. I can't move him. What do I do here? How do I kill these things? It's hard to get it to click onto the right thing. I'm being stretched out. What's the solution here? So do I release these guys to pull... So these guys will run away and pull the, whatever these are. Hello, that cat. Should go see what's over here first. I guess I need to get these guys to the tree? Question mark? My head really hurts. Don't, you're stepping on my penis, you fucking cat. Ow. Oh hey, they made it. Okay, so we know what the goal is now. That seems to count. They'll go there voluntarily. Oh, no. What was the puzzle there? Is that one dead? That one's fucking... Oh, that one's fucking dead. Is that one dead? That one is dead. I can just do this, can't I? Does that count? Nope, it seems to count. I mean, yep. Yay! I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. I think I'm supposed to use the ropes to restrain the beasts at the back of the valley. What I did worked also, though. And kitten cat. I need to make money and I need to do it fast. I'm running out of food, and my food stamps didn't go search very far. Some of that's my fault. I need to donate blood plasma. I can donate. You can donate cum. I don't know if they want autist cum. What is it? Oh, Is this what it looks like? I think these go to the horses. Do they need my help getting past this? Yeah, they're not moving. They're just jiggling. I still feel bad about the baby turtles. I need to do some soul searching. You're coming with me. I need one, I need two, I need three. Is it a fourth one? I can't tell. Where'd the other ones go? What if they made it? They better have. This way? Come on. Keep going. Can I lure you? Will you follow this? You will follow this. This is slightly more humane. I could have done that the whole time. I should probably free them though, huh? I don't want to leave them here like this. Just because they serve their purpose to me. There. Go, run free! Wild paper horses. Go on. Oh, there's beasts. Oh no. Okay, I have to take care of the beasts. They're scared. Little fellas are scared. That's such a headache. I took I think Excedrin earlier. How do I fuck these things up? I can't stop them. Nope, they're fucking around. Are the predators gonna leave us alone this time? Looks like it. Game froze. There we go. They gotta sing their horse music and shake their asses. So long, idiot. It's mostly on rails, though. It's an illusion of control. As soon as we land, I need to take a piss break and also a Excedrin break. What was that? Uh-oh. Am I in danger? Okay, one moment. Cat, I love you dearly. I don't want to be the bad guy, but I gotta ask you to move. I know you're gonna yowl at me and you're gonna be pouty and you're gonna skulk around. But just for a moment, I gotta get you off my lap. Meow, come on. Come on, meow, meow. 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 Okay, we back. They should kick in any minute now. What was that? Am I gonna have to commit any war crimes again? It's a light source. Oh, I get it. Oh, I see. And they don't stop you if they're like that. You ever have trouble swallowing pills? I don't just mean getting big pills down your throat. I mean like they stick. They're dry. So you need a good amount of water. And even then they kind of hang out in the back of your throat before they finally relent and go down. Oh, hey, it's you. And Bone Dog, it's all my buddies. What is this? It's this little fella. What? Is this the ending? It's a parade. It's all my buddies from the whole game. Oh, this is cool. That can't be true, Zulu. Oh, alright, he said it. Look at this. This is delightful. I almost wish you'd done this all in one stream. We could have. It's all the greatest hits. Remember those guys? Remember that guy? Remember these? Don't remember these guys. Remember these guys. What's that jangly one at the back? Oh, and there's the slowpokes. Spindly McWigglebits. That's his name now. It's decided forever. Where'd they come from? Where'd they go? Where'd they come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Shall I follow the parade? Ah, yes, Japanese singing. Yes, of course. So there's an invisible wall here. Okay. You can't go that way. Won't let me. What if I say you can't go? If I stop you? I don't have the heart. Oh, that's left behind. When I was a young boy, my father took me to the city to see a marching band. So that's all? Alright, well, this seems to be the only way to go. Yeah, if I was going to shoot myself, seeing a parade first would be pretty cool and a suitable way to do it. Not that I'm gonna, but if I was. It keeps spawning more dudes. There'd just be a sense of finality to it whenever all the noise is... A parade is kind of a metaphor for life. In that way. Nothing here either. Is that just the end of the game? Am I just supposed to quit? Took me to a city to see a marching band. Oh, what's up here? Anything? Nothing. Huh. Is that really the end? Can't be. There's got to be more. Anything up here? No, nothing up here. Bone Dog is stuck. What do you? What's your problem? What are you stuck on? What do you want? Oh, I can go through here now. No, I can't. Wait. Oh. Something's happening. There is more. Can't free you. There you go. Good water animation. What is that? What are these? Imagine if I quit there, assuming it was the end of the game. I like your style, Tape Dog. I'm gonna go through there. What is this? What is this? Let me guess. Bridge creator. Can't make it up the hill. Keep getting swept away. How do I do this? That should do it. If that's not the right answer, I don't know what it could possibly look like. What are these? Let's get rid of water. They're not working. Maybe I can stop it up here. That's what I do. Why are you going that way? Are you making this hard on me? There we go. We gotta get one more across. These ice cream crabs. No, don't go down that way. It's better be how I'm supposed to do it, also. If I look up a tutorial online and find out there's a way easier way to do this. Don't you dare. They're almost up by themselves. Come on, you can make it. Come on, we need you. There we go. Aha. What a game so far. Is that Tape Dog? Cat Ninja's everywhere and every when. Do you need to bring this any further? Do you need a Tape Dog? What if I put this on here? Oh, I can use it to carry heavy stuff. I get it. Oh, let go, you fucking things. I say we just leave it. Did I do it wrong? Can I start this over? Oh. What if I just do this? Uh-oh, it went away. My parachute went away. Where'd it go? Where'd it go to? I can't climb up there. Here it is. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Wait. Nope. There we go. Go on. It's not ice. I thought it was ice. I can't click on what I want to. This is really frustrating. There you go. Oh, I see. There we go. There we go. That's how you do that. Don't you grab onto it. You fucking things. Fucking God, I hate these so much. Viscerally. Game froze. There he goes. Oh. Never can't touch that. And we're at level transition. Ooh. Longer than I expected it to be. I'm glad. Oh, it's sparkly. There we go. He'll bring it. He's strong enough here, isn't he? Look at those fucking space pubes. This game has a lot of pubes in it, like more than the normal amount. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Oh, tape dog. Come on, dude. In we go. I think we can do this. I don't think we'll drown. I need that cube. I'll bring it with me just in case. Going to the undersea world. Probably we won't need this because we're underwater now. Didn't think there'd be an underwater portion of the game. Oh, it's the rest of the fucking parade. Come on, bro. What is that? Is that where we're going? It can't be, can it? I think we might quit early today. I'm feeling pretty rotten. But I still want to give you guys the show. Ideally, I'd like to finish this tonight. Can I ride one of these? Can you imagine the first horse that a dude got onto? Like, excuse me. Who are you? What are you doing? And it's like, you are my running chair now. Also, if you ever break your ankle, I'll kill you. Can I go there? And does anything stop me from just walking to that? It sure doesn't seem that way. I'm getting closer to it. Oh, it's nothing. Cool. What's the point then? Is this hell? Is this death or oblivion? What is this? Guess we just follow the elephant. This symbolism, what does this represent? I'm hearing audio from the Apollo missions. Oh, what is that? Is that good? Is that bad? Do I walk into that? They say go into the light that you see at the end of the tunnel when you die, but what if the light is like an anglerfish? What if it's a cosmic horror that eats souls? Tape Dog, is that you? Won't let me through. Oh. Wow, that's loud. Oh. I can move now. Is this death? Could we have just gone backwards all the way to the start of the game? No, we're on the moon. Of course we're on the moon. Why would we not be? How foolish of me to even ask. Actually, I can't change the game that we're streaming. If I sent you a screenshot of what my Twitch looks like, you'd understand. It's something's fucked up with it. That's where I flung the crab to earlier. That little guy. When I flung him up into the sky, I mean. That's all my buddies. Is the Earth gonna fucking explode now? Imagine if that was the ending of the game. We teleport to the moon and the Earth explodes. That's sad. Is it the end? Or is this the beginning of the sequel on the moon? Oh, it's the credits. Yay! We did get to beat it tonight. Didn't end where I thought it would. That's a nice final sequence, the whole parade thing. Everyone clap. That's the American thing to do. The developers will surely hear you. Tsushima. That's who wrote that song. Very beautiful, creative game. What did you think? This is playable without VR. It's great in VR, but it's also available as unfolded, which is the flat version. I approve. Wow, 2016. Was this in development that early? When did this come out? The song wasn't written until 2017. I want to say this is a 2017-2018 game. I'm gonna go take a dump while the credits roll. Jesus, it's still going? The Earth, our living spaceship. Anything else? Is there a after credit scene or do we just quit? I sure wish my health was better. I sure wish I could improve the air quality in here. I sure wish I didn't live under a mountain of clutter. Goddamn, I have so many wishes. I need to work. I've been looking at becoming a notary. Apparently notaries make bank. It can be very lucrative. I guess we just quit. Unless... I hear a sound. Oh no, we're free to move around on the moon. Look at that little fucker. He's still here. So now we can move around on the moon in darkness. Which can't be what we're intended to do. But I see something over there. I feel like there's got to be a secret. Here's the this elephant and this grass. Why is there grass? What is this thing? Oh, this is this guy. Is there an edge of the map? There is an edge of the map. The moon is flat, confirmed. It doesn't let you go down it though. Guess you're just supposed to quit. If I find out there's a Easter egg, I'm gonna be pissed. So I have a lot of fun work ahead of me. Rebuilding the habitat in time for the next video. I got all the parts I need to start building the new computer. Which the new computer is just going to be the parts from the old computer plus a faster CPU. So that's I think we're done for tonight. There's nothing I really see that's any good. There's more mascot horror, which is a fate worse than death. I won't subject you to that. Let's see, what can we do? Let me just get all my VR gear put away first. And rest my poor eyeballs. I love VR, but it fries my fucking brain and eyes. I don't know if there's really a solution to that either. More mascot horror. Should we bother? Does this dignify a response? It looks like it'll be playable. Played this one. There aren't any new ones. I take it back, actually. Vote on the ones you see that you like. Shoot mascot horror at the moon and then drop an asteroid on it from the crater that it's in. Blast mascot horror with a fire hose. We got 2 convenience store horror games back to back. This just looks like Five Nights at Freddy's. How many people work at convenience stores? There's got to be a lot of them who are also game devs. Drop mascot horror into an erupting volcano of shit. Oh, my brain hurts. Oh, my brain. My brain. Oh, my brain. Oh. I just... Do you have the time to listen to me whine? Susie's Secret Playhouse. More mascot horror. Cool. Why not? Gotta pay the bills. That's true. That makes me sad, though, thinking about someone who already works probably more than one job. Having to do game dev also. Like, everybody just keeps on taking more and more hustles. Trying to outrun automation and AI and things by just being more productive and more productive. Garden of Banban 3. I knew there was a third one. I already downloaded this one. I don't recognize it. Ow. I'm in a lot of pain. As you get older, everything just turns into pain. Don't get older if you can help it. What do you see that pops out at you? I played this one. So spooky. There's a Game Boy game maker I've been looking at. It produces ROMs you can actually play on real hardware. But it's like drag and drop. Has there ever been a fantasy called Drag and Drop? It seems like an irresistible pun. Oh, an underwater game. This is what people do instead of writing, huh? This looks so fucking... No. I don't care what their names are. I've never cared about character-driven horror. I never will. Won't download. Fair enough. Maybe. I've been thinking about that. Here's my take on life extension. Everyone assuming that only the rich will get it are overlooking the fact that it's in their own best interest to not have to continually train new employees. And the birth rate's dropping as it gets less and less affordable to have children anyway. So it's in their interest to keep people around as long as possible. I feel like they're going to do, what fits into the framework of capitalism is that the drug that gives you life extension requires that you keep taking it. And they're going to balance everything such that you can live forever if you just work forever. Because you just have to work all the time and stay on the treadmill in order to afford the next dose. So I don't think it'll be get it off to the rich. I think it'll be doled out in a form where it's like a subscription service where you need to work like 50 years to get each pill. And they just keep you stuck in that bad spot of balance between how much you need to work in order to get like the dose. So you just you work until you don't want to work, and then you die. But it will prevent population decline from being a problem. It'll prevent having to train new employees. Bag rooms. You never left. Stayed alone. Oh! I remember this. This was in Untold Stories. No, thank you. Ow. Ow. That's everything that's new. Hispanic... Excuse me. Hispanic Mommy Simulator. What? Oh, you fucking know we have to download this one. Please work. 36 megabytes. You're just smacking children with shoes. Kudos. Hats off to Word I Can't Pronounce Studios for making this. That's a game that needed to exist. That's not what I thought it would be. I don't think it's what anyone expects from Hispanic Mommy Simulator. What is this? An unexpected in backrooms. An unexpected what? An unexpected what? You're gonna keep us in suspense, I guess. So just for funsies, I want to read you some Quora questions in a bit. My head and my spine, and also my eyeballs. The monkey, Scary Monkey Gam 2023. Scary Monkey. Play game, exit game. Avoid monkey. Is that a jump scare? I kind of have to. I kind of have to. I'm sorry. Oh, it won't download. Probably for the best. You're spared this time. What is this? Is this full motion video? I recognize where they ripped that asset from. I'm not going to say where it is. Nope. Third-party website. I'll have to download. Remember the bad old days when I had to download games independently and play them out of a folder? I think that's all we're getting from Itch.io. That's enough for next time anyway. I didn't save up enough for this time. I'll look at more of these at some point. I want to read you some Itch.io questions. Why would an atheist who lacks belief even care about what Christians are doing to try to stop them from expressing their beliefs? Hang on, I'm actually going to answer this one. BRB. Gotta grab some documents. I don't want to flash my documents folder. I'm just preventing you from having to see my fedora-ass answers. Never in my life have I ever voted for Democrat. Because I'm not a communist, I'm a real American Trump supporter. Doesn't it worry you that 40% of the USA is communist and Democrat? Why do atheists try so hard to disprove God when they don't believe in him in the first place? Same answer. I got a couple pre-made answers for these. Some of these are good questions. Why do you believe society puts too much trust in technology, for example? Some of these are good faith questions. What will happen if a gay man marries a lesbian woman? Good question. I think they just fucking explode. Why do atheists insist that God can't be real just because they cannot literally see God with their own eyes? The lowest of low-hanging fruit. Do they also refuse to accept the existence of air since they can't see it? Like, a lot of these are just low-hanging fruit and straw men. I can convince an atheist there's a God. Can you believe a lot? Like, a lot of these are the same few things. They're just desperate, insecure Christians saying, "You really believe in God? Yes, you do. Yes, you do." Or, "I can convince you that there's a God." Or, "How come you're pretending you don't believe in God?" Why don't atheists respect God? When will atheists admit they don't know how the universe began? When will you? What do the atheists see when they look at the Shroud of Turin? A cartoon-ass caricature of a human. If the Earth is this, how did the what? Explain there's no written document older than 6,004 years. If the Earth were ancient, there would be written documents older than millions of years old. A lot of these people just ask questions that betray the fact they don't have a very good education. Like, they don't know there are answers to their questions already. If God doesn't exist, how do atheists explain the Bible predicted solar eclipses before atheistic sciences? It is because God created the moon and the sun such that their angular sizes from the earth are the same. It doesn't predict that. The one that has the most head-scratching questions is the divine atheist. That seems to be where the trolls congregate. Do atheists read a science textbook instead of the Bible? Get out of the way. Why do you assume that the Bible contains more immoral things? This is something they do sometimes, where they say, "How can you say anything is immoral if you don't believe in biblical morality?" Because there are other models of morality based on philosophy, for example. Atheists, if there is no God, then how do you explain that the fact that hurricanes and tornadoes often destroy everything in their path but leave Christian churches standing? They don't. When they destroy the church, they'll say, "Look, there was a cross in the church or a Bible in the church that wasn't destroyed." Here's This is a case of arson, so this isn't a good example, but there was that one Jesus statue that burned down. There's also a really funny Easter parade where an effigy of like a doll of the Virgin Mary caught fire somehow. Do atheists ever get to enjoy life, or are they in constant fear and dread of the eternal non-existence they believe will happen to them after their death? A little from column A, a little from column B. Sometimes I'm afraid when I think about it. I try not to think about it. Atheists, what does this quote mean for you? For God so loveth the world that he gaveth his only begotten Son, so whoever shall believe in him shall... They think that it's magic, like the text is magic, that because it's emotionally compelling to them, that it has the same power on everyone, and all they have to do is recite it to atheists, and it'll change their mind. If we finally went to Turkey and found that Noah's Ark, or a very large structure with animal DNA, was up there, as an atheist, what would you think? I'm not going to say answer because it'll scroll me back to the top. You don't think there are people living in Turkey? Have we never been to Turkey? That's a good question. But the answer is they've claimed to find it like 11 times now. A lot of these questions are presuppositional too. They have a premise of, what if I'm right, then I'm right. How would you respond to discovering that I'm right if we assume that I'm right? A lot of questions are just for the gratification, like a mental thought experiment gratification of the theist. Of like, what would you say, assuming you die and are standing before Yahweh, God of the Christian religion? What would you say for yourself? They're just satisfying themselves imagining that scenario. It's like the people who ask weird sexual questions. That's the other genre of question that's really common on Quora, is questions about sexual situations that are obviously not like a young girl. They're obvious, like asking incest-related questions about like how hot she thinks her dad is. It's really obviously like a gross, fat, sweaty, hairy dude jacking off to people's answers. Or like, as a woman with giant breasts, I often find that I can't fit my breasts inside of my little tiny bra. They're often overflowing and bursting forth from my brassiere. My bosoms just can't be contained. Am I right, ladies? How many of you have that problem? Hee hee. There's like a fucking trillion questions like that on this site. Every day, atheists buy goods from a manufacturer who dictates their use and instructs their care. I have no problem accepting that. So why not accept dictation and instruction from our own creator who knows how we and our planet work? Presuppositional question. Again, it's just always presuppositional. How do you reconcile Genesis and the entropy death of the universe with the law of energy conservation? I don't think the total energy changes. It just gets spread out. That's actually a good question, though. Do atheists have arguments against the Bible, or is it just their choice to reject its message? I'm going to answer this one. How do they read this website and not see any arguments? I don't know how you manage to read this website and never see any atheist arguments, but here are 10. Nope, I reached the daily limit of submissions. I'll go back. It opened a new tab anyway. You see what I mean, though? It's endless. Either smooth brain posting, midwit posting, troll posting. A lot of these are probably trolls. Do atheists think their little lectures aimed at theists are cute? No, I hope they're informative. Some of these are actually good faith questions from people who are apparently sincerely curious. How do atheists approach questions about the origin and existence of the universe? That's a good question. That's an attempt to reach a state of improved mutual understanding. This one's a good one too. Although most of them are more recent, like Elon Musk and Stephen Hawking. You declare that you are an atheist to a Christian, and he laughs, saying, "The fool has said in his heart there is no God." How do you respond? Like, the person who wrote this is a smug posting, thinking, "Atheist BTFO, my book says they're stupid for not believing in this book." It's like, of course it would say that. How do atheists explain that the story of Noah's Ark appears both in the Bible and in the Quran? If two separate prophets wrote about the same event, doesn't that prove that it really happened? That's probably a sincere question from a dumb person. I think there are a couple categories. There's obvious trolls. Some of them are atheists trolling atheists, just doing like satire of these types of questions. Some of them are sincerely dumb people who can't reason very well because they were coached their entire life from a young age not to know how to reason and not to apply reason to problems. So I think they for someone like that, nothing can be known. There's no such thing as discernment because they don't know how to discern fact from fiction because they were intentionally stunted in that capacity. So they think nobody can do it. And if you think nobody can tell what's true or false, then everyone's free to just choose what they like, what they want to be true. And if you do that, then you're likely to assume. You're not going to assume this is a shortcoming of mine. Other people can do things I can't do. For ego protection, you're going to assume everyone else is just lying when they say that they have better discernment than me. Everyone is secretly just choosing what they want to be true. Therefore, atheists choose atheism because that's what they want to be true. Because they want to sin or something. At least as best as I've been able to reconstruct their reasoning. Atheists only believe in hard, cold, real-world facts. No dream analysis, no poetry, no metaphysics. Why are they so dense? Is that a question? Why are you so dumb? Why are you so ugly? How come you're so wrong and don't know you're wrong? How come you don't know that I'm right? So that's a good question. What causes some people to become atheists and others not to when they face similar experiences in life? I've met people who turned on a dime when they had an NDE. NDEs are apparently very convincing. Let's look at some of the other ones. If atheists do not believe in the existence of God or gods, how can they explain the power behind the miracles performed by Pastor Chris, Benny Hinn, and co.? They're not real? Those guys are charlatans? How do atheists explain the fact when I pray to God, I feel better and get a feeling of comfort? Doesn't this prove that a God exists? Why do atheists ignore the evidence of Christianity even though there's proven evidence that it exists? What, like, as a religion? I think... What do you think about Ben Shapiro's... we were just memeing on him earlier. Argument that atheism is morally bankrupt. Fear of consequences is like the lowest, least mature form of morality. Is obeying because you're afraid of being punished. If God doesn't exist, who wrote the Bible? That's a fucking chin scratcher. Maybe the guys that the fucking chapters are named after? Like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? I don't know. I don't think there's like a chapter named God. Why are atheists always asking believers for evidence or proof that God exists? Another fucking chin scratcher. Some of these are Christians criticizing Christians, which I applaud that. By all means, police your own. We shouldn't have to answer these questions. I mean, the dozen or so Christians out there who have advanced degrees in biology and geology and physics and whatnot should be corralled in a room with creationists all day, every day, and have to answer their questions so that we don't have to. Atheists, do you ever feel guilty about not attending Mass and possibly violating the third commandment that the Lord gave to Moses? I know you don't believe in God, but do you ever think, gee, what if I'm wrong and God is mad at me? You ever wonder if fucking Vishnu is mad at you? Or it's like they treat non-white religions as inherently preposterous. Atheists, if you were told you were terminally ill, will you start believing God out of desperation? Another one of these fucking masturbatory like fantasies. Another one I see a lot is like they imagine a scenario where an atheist is presented with a huge mountain of evidence for God and then refuses to believe anyway, and so they say, "Oh, see, well, he's unreasonable. Even if he was presented with the mountain of evidence, he still won't believe." But the mountain of evidence was never real. That event never happened except in their imagination. It's just like a thought experiment they use in order to frame the opposition as inherently unreasonable. It is cringe. It is the worst cringe hell. If you were like me, you haven't seen anything yet. I was browsing this for hours earlier. You will be clawing your eyes out by the time we're done. Why are most of the atheists I've met online in life really rude? I want to say you deserve it, but I think I'm out of replies for today. Do atheists have any objections to one living a life as Jesus did on earth? That's a good question. If you ask the right questions, you'll get surprising answers from us. I have no objection to many of Jesus' teachings, and can't deny their wisdom. There's a lot of wisdom if you analyze Christ's behavioral admonitions in the light of game theory and the prisoner's dilemma in particular. It seems to be like the best answer for how to prevent cycles of retaliation. Is instead of doing tit for tat, you let one slide, at least one. I don't know if I would go to the same extreme, but there's a lot to recommend it, but that doesn't mean that it's true. It means that lies were used in order to convince people of those teachings and to convince them to follow those teachings. It's kind of like artificial intelligence alignment. It's the same thing as AI alignment, but for humans. Cyber Shorty, we're reading cringe religious Quora questions. Why don't atheists write their own Bible if they're against Scripture? That's a good question. I don't think I've ever seen one. As an atheist, would you consider sending your children to church so they can learn about boundaries and discipline? I don't think being molested by the pastor is going to teach them about boundaries. Well, maybe it will, actually. It'll teach them what it feels like to have their boundaries violated. Why do people get so upset when I tell them I don't believe there's such thing as atheists or atheism? That's another one where they're smugly like chuckling to themselves as they post it. Like, yeah, this is going to fucking steam them. They're going to be so mad. Trolling for Jesus. I think that's another good point. Strider Gift says a lot of people seem to self-destruct if you remove it. They can't seem to function without fear of punishment. That's a compelling argument for religion. Is that just because people who have had the privilege of an education and a comfortable life are able to rationalize their place in the world and live their lives lawfully without religion doesn't mean that that's an option available to everyone. And that society, on the whole, seems to need some kind of operating system. And Christianity and Judaism and Mormonism and Islam and Jehovah's Witnesses, they're descended from a cult. But the basis of almost every society is a cult. It's the root word of culture. Culture is just all the accoutrements and behaviors and rituals and holidays and clothing and whatnot that grows out of the central founding cult of a society. They seem to be a very good glue for binding together the nucleus of what will later grow into a civilization, which is just all the generations born from that initial group of people who wanted to live in a hug box, in an echo chamber. And that's what America is. America was the hug box echo chamber of a specific denomination of Christians who wanted to escape the Church of England and do the same thing over here. I'm far past the illusion as a man of my age that I will ever see the end of religion. It's too perfectly suited. It meets our needs too well, our emotional needs, our social needs. What's a really compelling argument against atheists you never see is, what's your equivalent of church? They're hung up on the concept that it's true instead of simply being useful. If they realize it's not true but it is useful, they could ask questions like, what do you have for church? Church is a killer app of religion. It is indispensable. It is the core of every town and city, and maybe not cities, but towns and villages. Think about all the shit you get from church. You get in-person social networking. A lot of people meet their spouses at church, and a lot of people get employment opportunities at church. You get charities that benefit the community. Free daycare is a huge one. You know how much daycare costs these days? You know how much people spend on daycare and how much that inhibits them from reproducing? Church found the answer. They wanted more children to indoctrinate into the fold, and they asked around and said, why aren't you having more babies for the church? And people said the cost of childcare. So they folded free childcare into the suite of services that church offers in order to remove a barrier to reproduction, in order to create new generations of Christians. That's very smart. They do a lot of very smart things, and they have a lot of very, very tangible, hard to argue benefits, material benefits to being a member. Which is why, even if someone begins to feel doubts, they're terrified of their doubts, because they don't want to know if it's not true, because oftentimes they're really dependent upon the benefits the church offers, and they don't want to find out anything that will impair. Like when they act as if you're threatening their life, when you cause them to doubt, in a very real sense, sometimes you are. Sometimes all their friends are in church. Sometimes it would mean losing their friends. It would mean losing their spouse, losing free child care. Sometimes the church helps members financially with like a car or with like food and stuff. So it's as much as I say against religion, it has had a long time to figure out what people need and how to meet those needs so well that people don't care if it's true or not. Which is what you have to do if you build everything on a lie. It's a castle built on the clouds, and if you don't want the castle to collapse, it has to be so useful that people won't let it collapse. The atheists believe heaven and hell are childish. Not childish, it's just... Heaven and hell is just a threat and a bribe. Jesus is good cop, Satan is bad cop. It's like a carrot and stick. It's the oldest motivational method in history. If atheism is not a religion belief, why is there so much dedication? The answer to all these questions along the lines of why do you care so much is just imagine yourself in a world dominated by Scientology. Like a religion we both agree is untrue. Suddenly you would be able to understand what would motivate you to try to talk people out of it. Why is it puzzling to believers how atheists find meaning and purpose in life without a belief in God? This one's actually pretty constructive to answer just by showing them Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is the ladder everybody climbs in building themselves a comfortable, dignified life. And it's basically a roadmap for constructing the kind of life that you want to live, where you just... It's like a checklist. You check off all the things on the bottom layer of the pyramid. Here it is. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This should be taught in every school. I'm really shocked it isn't. This is what I needed as a kid. As a kid, I was sitting in school all the time wondering, what the fuck are you teaching me this for? When am I going to use this? I am a brand new human being. I need to know how to human. And Maslow's hierarchy of needs is the clearest, most concise how-to-human guide I've ever heard of. Like, physiological needs: water, food, warmth, basically shelter. It's all the shit you need for survival. You need to make sure you have all of that before you worry about any layers above that. I guess actually shelter's on the safety level, so you need to make sure you're not starving, you're not dying of thirst, you're not freezing to death or too hot, and that you have had enough sleep. Once that's checked off, you check off the next layer. Do you have a shelter of some kind that is secure, that locks from the inside, that is waterproof, so you can get out of the rain, you can clean yourself, you can keep your clothes somewhere where they won't get ruined. So once you have that, which that's really a sign of the times, a lot of people cannot check that box currently. Housing is out of reach, and it's only on the second layer of Maslow's hierarchy. Layer 3, belongings and love needs. You need to pay attention to your emotional well-being, because you can ignore that only for so long before your mind starts to come apart. You need friendships, and you need to love, and you need to be loved. Alternatively, you can just be autistic and play Minecraft in a room the rest of your life, which is was my plan. Then esteem needs, where you need to feel good about yourself. If you're just a defeated person who has given up on ever trying to be anybody, you can't live that way. Like, I'm not to esteem yet. I feel like a nobody and a nothing. I don't feel anything about myself. I would love to feel good about myself. I'd love to be able to have pride, but I can't afford pride. Pride is actually very expensive to support. Self-actualization is being the person you want to be. It's realizing your ideals, making a contribution to the world that only you can make, that kind of thing. It's eudaimonic pleasure instead of hedonistic. It's overcoming barriers by growing as a person, all that kind of stuff that gives you the really good, really rich, concentrated, warm fifis in your tum-tum. That's a lot of people confuse the top of the pyramid with hedonism, and hedonism will just leave you feeling hollow and empty, and you'll wonder what's missing. What's missing is self-actualization. That's the kind of fulfillment that actually gives you the gratification most people are still searching for. Anyway, that's my ballad, my tribute to the hierarchy of needs, which is, I searched for years of my life for something like that. And everyone kept saying the Bible's your manual for life. And you open the Bible, what does it tell you? It tells you that a bald man got made fun of for being bald, and he called down a fucking spell that caused 40 bears to eat the children making fun of him. That doesn't instruct me. There's wisdom in the Bible, but it's not only about how to live your life, and it's not even primarily about how to live your life. It's about why you should believe in this cult and why you should follow it and try to convince other people to join it. It's history book. It's genealogy. It's like the smallest percentage of it actually helps you with your life. All I needed was that fucking pyramid. I'm a science teacher, and today one of my students asked, if God doesn't exist, then how was the Big Bang created? I was astounded by this and couldn't give an answer. This is a Christian with one of those. And that student's name was Albert Einstein. The most fucking common type of troll on here is the Christian pretending to be an atheist who is dumbfounded by the most simple questions that every atheist knows the answer to. Sometimes they've been caught out. I've seen a couple of articles on I think, what was it? Pathos or something, where they basically forgot to log out of their main account, so they were caught, Christian apologists were caught saying as an atheist in their questions when their profile was the same one. They do that all the fucking time. I guess that's their way of stress testing questions and seeing what the answers would be without exposing themselves to being successfully argued against. There seems to be an insecurity, which is really sad. It's unfortunate, and maybe it's our fault, that they don't want to ask questions openly, because they don't want to. They already have a complex about their intelligence. When they say atheists are pretentious and arrogant and think they're smart, they're projecting that. They think that we're smart, and they are frustrated, and they feel dumb, And it's not often not that they are dumb. These are people who have very healthy brains. It's just they were intentionally stunted from a young age. They were crippled in their capacity to evaluate claims intentionally, because that's how you get out of the human alignment system, which is what this is. It's alignment for people. I have resisted tipping my fedora on stream for long enough. I'm tipping the fuck out of my fedora tonight. Genuine question, but that's this shit question too. That's a really broad question. No, science itself doesn't prove religion is fake. There are specific findings in science which contradict specific religious claims, and there's a bunch of ways around that if you are inclined towards like deism or pantheism or something. Let's see. Let's see. This is a good question. This person wants to learn more. How do geologists determine the ages of rocks and fossils? I'm a lot better at inferring motive from text than I am from speech. Human spaceflight, submarines. Evolution versus creationism is also a really ripe source of lols. Theists, why do creationists criticize atheists for believing the universe popped out of nothing, but claim their God created a universe of 200 billion galaxies by popping out? That's a badly phrased question. That's really clumsy and lazy. You can phrase that in a non-confrontational way, which is just that if you argue that human intelligence needs a creator because of how complex it is, then God's intelligence also signifies the need for a creator. And saying only God can exist by itself is special pleading, because if there can exist something that... Because the premise of the KLM cosmological argument is that nothing can exist uncreated. They try to weasel out of that by using weasel words. They say created things must have a beginning. So that way they can define God as uncreated and accept it from their own argument. Otherwise the argument will be self-defeating. So they say all created things must have a beginning. But then they never substantiate that. They never substantiate that the universe is created, or if they phrase it, things that begin to exist have to be caused. It's always trying to rig the question. They rig the fuck out of questions. This is a good faith question though. This is someone trying to learn. He basically just wants to know what the opposition is, and that's healthy. That's good, because he won't ever hear what the opposition is from his pastor. They only tell one side of the story. I feel for some of these people. Some of these people are clearly on a journey of deconstruction, and I support that. This is a good question. If scientists managed to create life, would it give strength to creationism? It would show that that's a possible thing to do, to create a living organism. The thing is, humans could also engineer snowflakes, and it wouldn't show that that's how snowflakes form. It would still be crystallization. Humans could still build mountains just by pushing rocks together. That wouldn't prove that that's how mountains form. It would prove that that's a way that they can form. This is actually a bad question from my side. The existence of homologous structures across different species, such as the pentadactyl limb structure in mammals, is seen as evidence for common ancestors. You could argue that that's just God conserving, being efficient and reusing design elements. The correct way to argue against that is to point out that the degree of morphological similarity corresponds precisely to the map of genetic interrelatedness of species, which corresponds in turn precisely to the order of depths at which we find fossils in the geological strata, which corresponds to the order in which evolution says that they speciated from each other. That is a pattern that it would be very difficult to explain if evolution is not true. So there are better and worse ways to argue these points, and you can tell when some of these people haven't been at it for very long. What is the evidence for creation? See, some people just want to learn. Imagine this is what it's like being a teacher, and some of your students are just fuckheads, and they're not there to learn. They're there to fuck around and to troll you. And some of your you don't do it for those people. You just endure them. You do it for the ones who are sincerely curious and have a passion to learn new things. Do atheists honestly believe that we're the descendants of the fittest rock? I know this one. Actually, I was taught this in Christian school. They taught us that evolution claims that we evolved from a rock. What they're talking about and misrepresenting was a research paper suggesting basically that some of the chemical elements involved in abiogenesis were the result of mineral chemistry. And that's not the same as like being born out of a rock. Rocks are not subject to natural selection, but they don't care. They know they're dishonest. It's like when they quote Darwin's statement that probably at some point in the future he expected white people to exterminate all indigenous peoples, and they quote that without the context that he was lamenting that probability from his point of view. He wasn't saying it was a good thing or saying that was a logical conclusion of his theory of survival of the fittest, but that when you have a bunch of different types of hominid, which probably is how they conceived the race at the time, the tendency is for one to outcompete the rest and destroy them, and that he was lamenting this loss. Or claims that they made about Haeckel's embryos, Piltdown Man. They try to use that to discredit all of evolution. It's just frustrating. If you ever want to be frustrated and have high blood pressure, argue with creationists. They're almost as bad as flat earthers, but they tend to overlap significantly. So flat earthers are just further towards literalism, because although moderates deny this, the Bible does describe a flat Earth, and William Lane Craig was recently made to admit this in a debate. And if you search ancient Hebrew cosmology and do Google image search, you'll see the same model over and over, not coincidentally. I'm going to answer this one. I'm going to see if I can. The boring answer to that question of why would atheists even care is often that because your religion is endangering the lives of people we care about right now. That a lot of laws are being passed that impact people based on your religion. That's not a good reason to disbelieve anything, though. It's really disappointing whenever I meet an atheist who is clearly only a political atheist, who only disbelieves because they want to disempower the white evangelical Christian hegemony in the United States. They don't really know why it's false. They just know their feelings tell them that those people are icky and bad and wrong. But logically, they could be icky and bad and right. That seems to be a really hard thing for people to wrap their heads around. Is that logically there could be a wicked, nasty God who is evil by human standards, and we would just have to fucking tongue its asshole anyway, because the alternative is having molten lava poured down our esophagus as we scream and shriek and our flesh is melted away from the inside for all eternity. That could be. And not liking it, thinking that that's mean, would not make it untrue. And that the God in question thinking that being gay is a bad enough sin to deserve eternal torture would not make it untrue. Morality has never controlled what is real. That's something people all over the political spectrum don't seem to grasp. This is a atheist troll question. You run into one of these every so often. Ray Comfort's low-hanging fruit. Nobody takes him seriously, even on the other side. Well, I mean, guys like Francis Collins don't take Ray Comfort seriously. Those are the ones you actually want to have debates with. Again, this is a bad argument for atheists. Genetic studies have revealed remarkable similarities in DNA sequences between different species. supporting the idea of shared evolutionary history. That could also be interpreted as evidence of efficient reuse of code. So there's a better way to approach that argument that I covered earlier, that establishes a pattern between taxonomy, genetic analysis, the fossil record, and evolutionary theory that comes as close as possible to proving evolution. It's a much better approach than this. This is just like the inkling baby version of that idea. The observation of antibiotic resistance in bacteria proves a tangible example of evolution in action. Yes, it does, but only microevolution. They don't believe in macroevolution, which means if it happens on a small scale, that doesn't count, basically, to creationists. There is no actual distinction between macro and microevolution. It's just like macroevolution is just lots and lots of microevolution. It's just an artificial distinction they draw, like a line they draw, so that they can accept the amount of evolution that's possible to directly show to them, while denying the implications of it. This is not popular content. People are leaving the channel. I can imagine what sort of people. I don't want you to feel unwelcome. If you don't like it, let me know. I'll go back to a game. Oh boy, this is a spicy one. If evolution says we're all human, then why do we still have only primitive gamer word tribes? You get some of these. You get more than I care to discuss here. What do you struggle with the most? If you tip your fedora hard enough, it just starts spinning. It's like flipping your odometer too many times over the maximum number. Your fedora becomes like a perpetual motion machine. That it's like a fan. A lot of these people are just memeing on each other. That's not constructive. No matter how frustrated I get with people, I don't just make fun of or insult them, because that has never changed anyone's mind. You get more flies with honey than vinegar. I don't really do either. I just do a dispassionate, neutral approach of providing information. Because that way you reach the subset of people we talked about earlier, who are sincerely trying to find out stuff, but they're doing it in an adversarial way that preserves their dignity. They can't be like, atheists, I'm dumb, teach me. They have to be like, if you're so smart, answer this. Because then they still get the answer to their question, but in a way that's ego protecting. This subject has taught me more about human psychology than anything else. That's a good question. Scientists don't quite agree on why humans evolved to appreciate music and art. This makes me think, why did animals evolve to have emotions like joy and happiness? Can we really say these are absolutely necessary for survival? I would say dopamine and serotonin are released for all sorts of purposes that serve survival, but there are other ways to trigger their release, that are unconnected to that. Just like there's a bunch of ways to have sex that feel good but don't produce children. Let's look at some other topics. Battery electric vehicles is usually good. If I see a fucking water-powered car person, I'm gonna kill them. Not in Minecraft. I'm actually gonna murder a person. Will electric cars become almost impossible to sell once the batteries become exhausted? And that's a good question. And there's an answer to it. About basically, degradation estimates were extremely conservative. This has happened before. A lot of people don't know that the last generation of electric cars also had extremely conservative longevity estimates for the batteries. There were 1993 RAV4 EVs operating up into the 2010s on the original batteries, but they were extremely degraded by that point, but only down to about 70%. Eventually, you reach a point where you have multiple cell failures, and you can't really completely exhaust the pack because too much of it fails before the longer lived cells have actually been completely worn down. So the lifespan is not as long as it could be if we got so good at making cells there were never any defects that would cause premature failures. But at the same time, you wouldn't want to have the same battery pack for 40 years if for the last half of that time you only had 50% capacity. You would probably want a new battery pack before that point. Why are battery electric vehicles... There's straw men even here, impractical for most people unless they're capable of a range of at least 500, 600 or more miles. They're not. There's very few gas cars that do that kind of distance. This person wants to learn. I have a lot more tolerance for people who really want to learn. Generally, the answer to this is no, because before selling a used Tesla, they replace the battery pack first. It's just usually not an OEM battery pack, it's a refurb. How comfortable you are with the refurb depends on how much you want to save money buying a Tesla. I don't believe this. Aptera is not going to deliver a 1,000-mile range. I know bullshit when I hear it. Still, that's going to be a very exciting, game-changing car when that comes out. Lucky you, Short Talk. What's different between you and me? I got like 23 miles on my guessometer. Is my pack just more degraded than yours? I got a 2011. I don't know what year you got. I don't know who these people are getting 40 miles. Then again, mine was a test car, so it was really put through some stress. There I go, looking up things that are just going to make me angry. Although I kind of do want to see perpetual motion. Let's see what's going on. Why aren't water-fueled cars more popular? Because they don't exist. How do water-fueled cars work? They don't. I want to read this one. Well, that was also true of my car. My car had mostly gas miles, so I don't know what the deal is. I think it might just be my driving style. I'm not really a cautious driver when it comes to conserving power. I feel like I shouldn't have to be. Mostly because I drive short distances. So if I ran out of battery more often, I'd probably drive more cautiously. There's also a lot of hills around here. This doesn't mean he's supposed to do so. I'm actually heartened. There's a lot of really good, intelligent answers here. Okay. I guess if I want to get angry on the internet, I'm going to have to look more carefully. Free energy truth. You bet your ass I'm following that. I can't help it, god damn it. I love dunking on retards and I don't care who knows it. It's low-hanging fruit, but it's the ripest, juiciest low-hanging fruit of all time. The juice just drips down your chin as you bite into them. Oh, a lot of these are just protesting the burden of proof. Stuff like this is in universe and doesn't really go and get anywhere constructive. If God wanted to get rid of 99.9% of the world, why didn't he just blink them out of existence rather than torturing them by drowning? It's called style, Rebecca. Fucking Google it. He's got flourish. He's into exotic deaths. What are the implications of the vast diversity of religious beliefs and the existence of conflicting claims for the existence of God? And that's well put, but I don't think it's going to provoke any... No, that is well put. I don't think I could do that better. Why don't atheists fear the God Almighty? I'm picking on Vishnu tonight. I should pick on L. Ron Hubbard more. At least he deserves it. We can't see oxygen, but we need oxygen. Same applies for God. We can't see God, but we need God. What evidence is there for that? I'm not even going to bother with that one. There's no chance the universe came into existence because of some random explosion. This can only be done by God who lives outside of time and always existed. How do atheists feel about this? It's not really a question. Oftentimes they just make arguments and then put how do atheists feel about this on the end of it. Do atheists believe the universe already... That's a good question, actually. For a long time, steady-state universe was one of the theories being bandied around. And a lot of people were slow to let go of it when the Big Bang was conclusively proven. By the findings of a Catholic priest. And astronomer, I might add. Oftentimes they try to argue that because a priest discovered it, that means it can only be proof of Christianity. It's slippery fucking people. Then again, at least they don't kill you. Realize that this is the worst Christians generally do, other than passing repressive laws and showing up with rifles to intimidate people at like drag shows. Or I guess storming. They do storming the Capitol. They do some rotten shit, but for the most part, they won't straight up kill you. Muslims will fucking kill you. And honestly, there's pros and cons. A Muslim will come at you, and it's kill or be killed, and that's simpler and less irritating than the constant passive-aggressive insecurity that you can read from these questions. At the same time, I'd rather be annoyed than dead. So there's arguments for and against, but I do appreciate that Christians are generally less likely to murder you. And I will never understand, except that they're fucking Marxists, why there are so many atheists, or there aren't as many anymore, but it was a big thing in like the 2015, 2016, 2017, that people on the far left were holding out hope that maybe the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And if they run defense for Muslims, that Muslims would just magically become, would stop being homophobes and misogynists overnight. Because they needed them to be for their narrative, and that didn't happen. So now you hear a lot less. They're really quiet about that now. You hear a lot less of, I guess, because they didn't believe reports of the average beliefs in MENA countries, Middle East, North Africa, and they wanted to investigate it themselves, and they found the same thing. I guess they figure whenever they hear anything bad about brown people, they assume that sounds like something a conservative would say, therefore it's a lie. I need to look into this myself, which, fair enough, investigate it yourself. But what they found is that, yeah, Muslims overwhelmingly, even openly on Western Facebook, are very deeply homophobic and misogynistic, which is incompatible with their goals. Which is always my beef with them. And like, I thought that was the project of the movement, was to liberate women, to liberate gays, and to liberate atheists. And now you want to mass import people who have the opposite goal. Are you on drugs? What are you thinking? And the answer is that in Marxist philosophy, they're victims just because in the United States they're a minority and they're non-white. So that tells them who to side with. They don't have to they don't have to side with people who actually share their values. They side with the underdog, and they basically always support the underdog against their eternal enemy of the white Christian capitalist hegemony in the United States, which is also kind of the guiding light that Noam Chomsky navigated his shit by. I could go on about Noam Chomsky, that guy's takes on fucking Cambodia. I had the longest argument with a communist recently about how his take was that Noam Chomsky was reasonable in his statements based on what was known at the time, but by which he means Noam Chomsky took the Khmer Rouge propaganda at face value and reported it as truth. And he couldn't possibly have been expected to know that communists were lying in their propaganda. Which is, again, are you on drugs? I also argued with Hakim. Does anyone in the chat know Hakim? The Stalinist YouTuber? He's an Iraqi Stalinist. He made a video recently about how George Orwell was a rapist and ratted out a POC and all these other terrible things, and I was like, Stalin had a 13-year-old mistress whom he impregnated at the age of 35, and Mao had several who were much younger than 13, and it's frustrating because there are better arguments than that, but that I thought of later that were less provocative, but I wasn't able to provide them because he left my comments up. He deleted that one. He left the other one up where I basically said Tanky's mad, and deleted the ones he didn't like, and then barred me from the channel. So it looked like I just didn't have an answer to him, which is what they always do. People like this always rely on censorship. I'm stuck in the middle here. Meanwhile, communists don't like me because I'm not a communist, and Christians don't like me because I'm not a Christian. And they're like, how you got to be one or the other. You got to be one of the two emotionally motivated political worldviews or religious worldviews. And I'm like, why can't I be motivated by what is true? Why can't I make truth my highest ideal and decide everything about my life according to that central core principle? And apparently nobody does that. Because nobody does that, nobody believes that I do that. They always think that's a farce or like a mask or something. That if they dig deep enough, they'll find out I'm really of the enemy tribe or something. Sorry, just ranting. I actually have an answer for this recently. Let me see if I can find it. Prepare for the hardest fedora tip you have ever seen. I call this Super God's Wager. The Abrahamic God Yahweh is said to be an undetectable spirit residing in the timeless metaphysical realm outside of our material reality, inaccessible to science. However, suppose that beyond that realm is the pataphysical realm, in which a yet greater super God may exist, who created the metaphysical realm and those below it, along with regular God. This is supported by Christian arguments to the effect that something as marvelous and complex as human intelligence requires a creator. If so, then God's intelligence, which so far exceeds that of humans, also requires a creator even more so. How can there be a greater infinity? In the same way that an infinite plane exceeds an infinite line. 4D infinity is greater than 3D infinity, is greater, and 5D infinity is greater than 4D, and so on. If this seems illogical, know that Super God created logic and thus can break it. His ways are beyond us, and thus it's unreasonable for us to expect them to make sense to human minds. If you say God already inhabits all higher dimensions, Super God inhabits yet higher ones, not known to regular God. This is supported by many of the existing apologetics for God, such as Aquinas' fourth way. Divine hiddenness also applies to Super God with respect to regular God, and so on. You will find all or nearly all Christian apologetics for God also map neatly onto Super God, just as the arguments against the existence of Super God also apply to regular God. Now, how can God ever be sure, one way or the other, whether the pataphysical realm, further dimensions, and Super God exist? He is said to be omniscient, but how could an omniscient being ever verify their own omniscience? He might simply believe himself to be omniscient because he's in possession of all information available in the dimensions he has access to, not knowing there are more. He may therefore seem omniscient to himself, but nevertheless remain unaware of unknown unknowns, which are things he doesn't know that he doesn't know. Therefore, since God can't know for sure that Super God isn't real, and no follower of God can disprove Super God, the smart move is a variant on Pascal's wager. God should assume he's being watched and judged by Super God and behave accordingly. If you hold that non-belief in God is unreasonable for anyone who cannot disprove God's existence, then non-belief in Super God is also unreasonable for those unable to disprove Super God's existence, and this goes for regular God too. This has some interesting implications. If Super God didn't create regular God, then since Super God doesn't tolerate any gods above himself, any gods but himself, he must have long since destroyed regular God. In this case, unless you can disprove Super God, then regular God doesn't exist, and hasn't since infinite timeless history. As God is said to exist outside of time, thus eternally present in past, present, and future, destruction of God in the present also deletes his existence infinitely far back into the past, thus he would have never existed from our point of view. If Super God did create regular God and judges him for his actions as regular God judges humans, then regular God has either never met with Super God's disapproval even once, or he has, and was destroyed for it. Thus, as explained before, he would never have existed. In 2 out of these 3 scenarios, God is destroyed in the past, present, and future, thus having never existed from a human perspective. Thus, unless one can disprove Super God's existence, is it not therefore more plausible is it therefore not more probable that regular God doesn't exist than does? Giga Fedora Tip! The Fedora tip that shook the world. You get what I'm going for there? It's just constructing the same unfalsifiable system above theirs that they have constructed over us. Just one layer up, using all of the same excuses to make it equally impossible to disprove. And any argument... This never looked good to me. Is this really... Child pageants are fucking disturbing. They look like gremlins. I always thought it's got to be pedophiles who go to these things, but then I thought, would this appeal to pedophiles? I feel like this is more like Karens, like fat, post-menopausal, middle-aged, dumpy women who want to realize their childhood dreams through their children, doing the makeup and hair for the kids that they wish they could have had at that young age before they ballooned up. They're horrible. They are horrible looking, aren't they? These look like Dolly, or like Stable Diffusion creatures. Anyway. I wonder if there's one of the Quora spot where people ask questions of pedophiles. Who would answer? You fucking turn off all the IP masking. It's all the Catholic Church and politicians and youth pastors. Should an atheist be allowed into church if they have no intention of accepting it? I'm going to answer this one. I'm going nuclear. Should a Christian be allowed into a hospital if they have no intention of accepting science? I know that's a little bit shitty and not entirely... Like, there are ways around that. I'm going to do this one too. It should open a new tab. Yes, it did. You're seeing the ultimate neckbeard at work here. Reach limit, daily limit. Actually, it's not a daily. It's not measured in days. It's measured in hours. What would that look like? That's actually really morbid. I should write a horror story about a society where pedophilia is way more common and normalized, and what, like, you know, remember the Nazi TV shows on TV and Wolfenstein, The New Order? And there's like commercials for Blitzkrieg Hans action figures, and for like Hitler Youth campouts and shit. What would those TV commercials look like for a pedo world? That's kind of just a nauseating prospect. It feels like something Kurt Vonnegut would have written. Nothing will compel the Germans to stop mining coal. Nothing. They love it. They crave it. Coal's got electrolytes. It's got what Germans crave. I should search nuclear power on here. That's another thing people have heartened me and restored my faith in humanity by coming around on is nuclear power. Even a lot of formerly anti-nuclear people. The Democratic Party reversed their stance on nuclear power for the first time in 50 years, conveniently neglecting to mention that for those 50 years they were the primary obstruction to the single greatest weapon against climate change we could have possibly had, and thus a lot of the blame for climate change going unaddressed all the time can be laid at their feet. But that's none of my business. Kermit sipping tea. No, natural selection is not completely random. These are good questions, actually, for education. Can evolution occur without natural selection? That's artificial selection. Is that really evolution, though? Who's greater, God or Allah? This is a dumb person. Who's the first God in your mind? This person's basically arguing from cultural dominance that because white Western people think of Yahweh, that somehow lends its credibility. That's part of it. Hippies were really useful idiots for the oil and gas lobbies. That's got to be a bitter pill if they would ever even acknowledge it. This is a paper tiger set up to fail, probably by a Christian. This is a good question. What's the largest object in the universe? I actually researched this myself, looking up if any materials exist that are strong enough to build a Matryoshka brain or a bishop ring or other hypothetical megastructures. In most cases, the answer is no. Material properties change with scale. Kind of like how water physics are different for a small insect able to walk across the surface of water because of surface tension, and materials like steel and concrete can behave in very flexible manners on large scales, such as bridges, and which can undulate in an earthquake. On the scale of something the size of a Matryoshka brain or Dyson sphere or bishop ring, steel may as well be a liquid. That's really disheartening to learn. We basically need entirely new materials with seemingly probably impossible properties to ever build anything that scale. Which is why I favor the Dyson Swarm now over Dyson Spheres. What would happen if we all die? Well, Quora would... I'm going to answer this one. God. A lot more tolerable. When this world ends, will the entire universe end at the same time? That makes sense from a Christian perspective, but not any other. The universe doesn't exist for the sake of Earth that we know of. Why do all liberals believe that freedom of speech includes the act of criticizing and condemning people for their opinions? What else would it be? If you can't do that, how does freedom of speech exist? Should transgenders be given more rights than others? That sounds like a troll question, but that's what compelled speech is. Is literally a right that they want, TRAs want, that nobody else gets. Because if you ask a TRA if creationists also get compelled speech, their answer is no. Creationists are wrong, therefore they don't get to force other people to agree with them in the workplace. So that's a troll question that could potentially have some room for constructive discussion. Can the human brain defeat artificial intelligence? Well, right now it can. My IQ is 160. Am I smart? If you were that smart, you wouldn't be wasting time on Quora. Look at me, I'm a dumbass. Fucking streaming Quora questions. Do people... No, they don't. They used to. I wasted my potential, though, in order to play dank-ass computer games. These are good questions. Is changing your mind perfect or not? This is a theological question, because God changes his mind quite a few times in Scripture, but he's supposed to be unchanging. Yeah, 160 is extreme high end, isn't it? There's only a few people ever recorded at 160. Is there such a thing as... This is a good question. More good questions than expected now. Perfectly evolved in the natural world. Is Christianity threatened by atheism? They sure act like that's how they feel anyway. All snotty, passive, aggressive, rigged questions you post here, which presuppose on correction and basically amount to if atheists are right, how come you're wrong, ugly, dumb. A person secure in their faith would not react that way. You can tell a lot by their behavior. What is the oldest god known to humanity? I want to say Marduk, or that titty statue. Don't think I'm making weird lewd stuff. You know the titty statue, all right? The fertility figurine. Remember what I'm talking about? Like, we found a caveman's porn stash, and before they had the ability to draw decent porn on the wall, they used to carve their anime figures. That's real. I'm not making that up. It sounds like something Carl Pilkington would say, and then Ricky Gervais would just laugh condescendingly. But that's the realest shit in the world, is that the oldest religious artifact we found was some caveman's fat mommy milker's anime figurine that he used to like fondle in his weird knobby caveman paw as he cranked his hog. That's a good. We don't really have an explanation. For actually, that sounds like something you could sell people. A modern fertility figure that's just a thick like remaster of the original porn figure. They really liked fat women back then. I guess because they felt better to fuck. Because your alternative was like a starving, skinny Skeletor bitch. That's true. That's true. It was. I guess it's rarity. Nowadays, it's more common to be fat and really rare to be voluptuous, but also skinny. So in ancient times, fat was really rare. It was really hard to get fat. You had to be doing pretty well for yourself. Stop fucking reminding me of the mental image of a caveman jerking it to his anime figurine. That uh oh lord, that is just fucking too much. Why does everyone have to die one day? That's unfortunately a pretty good question. Questions for me, if someone's posed questions to me. Why are these aimed at me? When did the Roman Catholic Church... See what I mean about rigged questions? This is a Catholic wrote this. When did the Roman Catholic Church become the only true church? You see a lot of questions like this on 4chan, where people will say, like, what's the best game of all time, and why is it Dark Souls? And shit like that. It's the most annoying crap in the world when people ask bad faith questions. It wasn't actually Darwin who was first, was it? It was Albert something. Alfred Russel Wallace, I think. I have some zingers. What's the common denominator for people believing? I could say lack of critical thinking, but again, that would be insulting, and that wouldn't get me anywhere. It would just delay someone's apostasy by making them think, oh, those people are mean. I don't want them to be right. I don't want the atheists to win. My apostasy is what atheists want, so I'm going to deny them what they want. I'm going to stay in the fold longer. Then again, once it finally clicks for people, they withdraw in horror. And I feel like they should be, if they were snarky, they should be forced to stay in the fold even longer after they have realized. That should be their punishment. This is going to sound fedora tippy, but it is like waking up out of the Matrix pods and looking around you just dumbfounded at the other people who are still in. And it's this, or like removing your own brain slug and realizing that there was one in the first place because it was invisible to you before. When it's on your head, it's invisible to you. And then looking around at everybody else who still has their brain slug on and doesn't realize they have a brain slug. It's scary and gross. And I remember the first time I had that realization, I was attending a Christmas service with my parents. I was looking around and like these adults don't really all believe this, right? This is something that they do for kids, right? It's like Boogeyman and the Santa, right? Santa Claus. It's like how they use the Boogeyman to keep us from getting out of bed. They don't really, and the more I listen, I'm like, holy shit, they do. This isn't something they do for kids. This is something they're really all in on. And my stomach dropped out from under me. It's like They Live when he puts on the sunglasses and sees all the aliens. This is well intentioned. I have a friend who professes faith, but I don't see a new transformed life in him. I suppose if trying to put myself in Christian shoes and trying to do like the whole thing they try to do in their walk with Jesus and spiritual growth as a religious version of personal growth, like maturing as a human being, that might be distressing, and that might cause some interpersonal strife. I have that background. I'm actually glad for my upbringing. I'm glad I have that background, because if it wasn't for that, these people would be space aliens to me. Having been in the fold, I am nostalgic for some aspects of it, and I understand their shibboleths, and I understand how they think about things differently. So I'm able to understand their psychology better, despite not really having a developed theory of mind, being a insufferable autist. Who is the first? That's a good question. I mean, it depends what you consider human. Could the human race... Probably yes. You can synthesize sperm. We're really far away from artificial wombs. What happens when your electric vehicle loses power in the middle of nowhere? Same thing as if you run out of gas. A lot of these are just trying to make a point. They're making a snarky point, basically. Anyway, I think that's enough of that. Do you guys have any recent indie horror spoof you've seen that you really want to see me stream? Have you seen anything on Alpha Beta Gamer, on Vinesauce, or any of the other channels that usually consume this content? I take requests very gladly. This looks pretty good. It's only 135 kilobytes. I'm always looking for a heads up on the latest one of these that's going to go big, because when I put the title of the game into the YouTube description, I get more views if it's topical, if it's like a recent game that was on other people's channels. But yeah, I think that just about wraps things up. We're 10 minutes over time. I had fun. This was a really interesting, eclectic mixture of activities, this stream. It's going to be a memorable VOD, I think. Thank you all for joining me and following along on this magic carpet ride, this magic boat ride of light and wonder. Sorry if it got a little bit crusty and fedora tippy there at the end. It's just one of the known hazards of watching my stream, I guess. I try to keep it to a minimum when I'm actually gaming. Get at me again on fucking Wednesday, I guess. Same ham time, same ham channel. It's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is Hamdad, signing off. I'm returning you to your regularly scheduled Underwater Hamster Show. Actually, no. No, I'm not. Actually, that's going to have to wait. Returning you to, I guess, crying yourself to sleep because I don't have the ham cam back up yet. But I will, I promise.